Alright, hello. I'm back. When I left off, we were just about to start the second day of trials. Man, every single one of the cases in the first Greatest Attorney game had one-day trials. So I feel like, if anything, the whole first game is just a prelude to this game. Can't wait to see what the heck happens in this whole game. I mean, we know that we're going to... that Soseki's innocent and whatever the heck is about to happen, but... yeah, honestly, I still don't know much about... no idea where this is going with, how the strychnine got into Shamspear and everything, so... I guess we'll see where we're going. 23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh my god. Personal space, Soseki. Are you a cat? This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. The miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mrs. Sato, but she's gonna leave not too long after this. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps you had, that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained a spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful, long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Oh my fucking god, that's true. You haven't been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I am determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. It was like the craziest week of their lives, Jesus. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. That he's going back? Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. Big surprise. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. Yeah, right. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way to the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. February 23rd, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me and please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. But it was also red. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. Give us the tea! Give us the tea, Gregson! That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yacht analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. Hey, that's good for us! No poison at all! In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. Well, hey! What's with that very specific wording? You're saying his tea is innocent, but he's not? What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare. Tea is bitter, I don't know what to tell you. He didn't sweeten it. Whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Is strychnine bitter? Did we establish that? Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare, Yes, it sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspear to the stand! There he is. Mr. William Shamspear, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh, heaven! Oh, hell! Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice coins in a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail, Miss B. Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman a farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection.
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert is an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that the poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. The tea inconsistency. Inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. That's not true. I can refute that. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Yeah, but there's already a clear contradiction, and I can point that out right away. Ah! Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man comes to my chamber with the people in the pot, does in my club alone, the wicked miscreant poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction or debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. That's not true!
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic? What is this, ye darky-clad friend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring, commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Well, I guess you won't get drunk because you barely ever freaking drink any of it because you, like, keep chucking them. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet, on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Well, then you chuck it. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. I think you're putting the words in his mouth, my guy. I don't think this is too cool. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection.
And you just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before. Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection.
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoilt cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. Yeah, rather convenient for you. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Well, wait, where's the fucking teapot, huh? Was it there? I think he just brought 2 cups, didn't he? I don't see a teapot. Wait, you mean that? I don't think that was the teapot with the tea in it. That's just a kettle, right? I'm pretty sure Natsume just made the tea in his room and brought over 2 cups. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words... There goes the cape. I was wondering when that was going to happen. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No! What does this mean then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about the thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some thoughts to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors, all, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! My lord! If I may speak, my lord? Oh my god, we have to do a summation examination this early? Do I have even a moment to say there's no fucking teapot? Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says that if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But we just heard it from the victim there that has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. Oh, come on. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No, you can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
Great.
Guilty.
Great. Fantastic.
Guilty.
Amazing.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Summation examination time. I hereby declare the jury to be in accord. Oh, happy day! How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. His phoenix right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Judicial findings, the jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Oh my god, she's gonna poison you. Ah, she threw a knife at her head and she's gonna poison you. If nothing else passed the victim's lip that night, there's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Oh, Jesus. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. The defense's rebuttal. A man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, Hold it! But, all the evidence, you say? That's right. And there is no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. Only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry. The summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Do I pit these two? Or should I press? Alright, I'll try pitting.
Objection!
Yeah, that didn't count. Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with each other. Hold it. My lord, as a foreman of the jury, I must object. What? Being their leader, it's my duty to stand up for all jurors here present, and stand up for them I will. Yeah, I have to find a more clear contradiction then. I concur with the foreman, counsel, I warn you. I shan't abide any pettifoggery. Until you've got your facts straight, keep your pointy fingers to yourself. Okay, fine. I thought I did. We're trying to find inconsistencies in these jurors' statements, Mr. Naruhodo. The key to it is comparing the different things they say before attempting to pit them against each other. Alright, I'll have another go. Okay. I'll press everything first.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Ah, yes, madam? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. Wow, you're really fickle, huh? That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Wait, no! No! God damn it, it's Shamspear stealing the gas. Utterly unforgivable. No. Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Are you okay? Did you wake up on the right side of the bed this morning? Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Hey, getting work! Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Hey, getting some work. Good job, Ryunosuke. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver around the city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now, that little bee. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and deliver it to our customers, fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas to their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas in their own pipes legally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh, hello?
Excuse me.
Oh. Oh? you. Oh, whoops. I was just doing a lot of yelling. I appreciate that. All right, stretchy. Wow, I think I needed that. I don't think I've stretched this morning at all. Oh, okay, I needed that. Thank you, Kosen. Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? You've been here the whole time. Oh, good. I'm glad you've been here the whole time. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah. Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself, I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see? Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. And he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. I feel like that he could die like that. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please. Everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes and it's at a fairly low pressure. But by blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker. Hold on. You can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. Well, hold on a diddly darn minute. Then the times that Mr. Garrideb know about the movements of everybody could be fiddled with. If somebody knew what they were doing, such as the gas man, meter man. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipes with all his might. And you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out! Along with the stove! Gas started pouring into the house! Oh, Jesus. It was nearly the death of you. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. Holy crap. I didn't even know all this kind of stuff could happen. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Is that what keeps happening to Soseki? But yeah, we need more information, but I feel like that's going to be important. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, oh no. I don't know if this is enough, but I want to try.
Objection.
Hey, it worked! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. This is not really good enough because they said it was strychnine poisoning, but let's see. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Eh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a matter of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? See if there were any traces of poison there. Oh! So... you think Shamspear might have blown in there. Gotcha. I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe. Hey, you're not supposed to be talking right now, Van Zeeks. Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Hold it. Hold it. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspear? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Are they tasty then? Gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madam, speaking of thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection.
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection.
This is so funny. I can't. It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspear put his lips to the pipe. This is so funny. I can't. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspear has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. This is so... And I have evidence to prove it. All right, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you could be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspear stood in front of his gas lamp, his hands braced on the wall. Really giving that pipe some pipe.
Take that!
scene. Skin Prince Council? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspear touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect, on the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspear also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right! What have you been up to, you nut? He is a nut. So you've been accidentally, like, almost killing Soseki every night? Jesus. By blowing into the pipes? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now if you'll recall juror number 3's statement. What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspear were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But... Please, my lord, if I may. Mr. Sato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh, pretty slick, Sato. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, as I'm sure the jurors would agree. Hey, nice job, Susato. Hold it. You're right. Whether these strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair dinkum evidence. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mrs. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Oh my god. You're looking a little sweaty, sir. Why, Mr. Shamspear, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Very well. Continue, counsel. This has been pretty wild. I'm a man of logic, me? I'm very interested in the result of this great detective's investigation at the scene. We're the ones who decide if the evidence is worthy of consideration or not. Us, the jury. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea and my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It happened a tidy few times. A few times? Y'all need to, like, move on. Get a divorce. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? Maybe it was just sugar? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What was it? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. She just put salt in there. It's not poison. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. She assaulted your tea. So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please. I don't believe in breaking promises. We can't come to a decision while so much is up in the air.
Hold it!
I'll press him again on this, see if he says, all the evidence you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Oh, that's the same. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspear has indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no mind to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes? Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Uh-oh. Perhaps I was a little hasty. Wait, hold on. No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time you prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid that the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspear really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Oh, I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Gyarados residence that night, namely Soseki Natsume.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. So that Shamspear fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Was he always after that room? Did he frickin' murder Olive Green's boyfriend? Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Oh boy. Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow a judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ah! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Yeah! Let's go! That was a pretty fun summation examination, actually. That's 4 jurors leading toward not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightly indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Woo! Mr. William Shamspear. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspear serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? There it goes. I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. This is so funny. Why is this case so funny? Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. Ah! As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Oh, I didn't think of that. In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order, order, Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Oh my god, was he planning to poison Soseki and he accidentally took the poison himself like a doofus? He accidentally poisoned himself, is that what happened? Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Did they do the Romeo and Juliet fight so he could like try to kill him, but like he ended up getting his ass kicked? Is that has he been like doing like attempts on Soseki's life like fucking every day they've been living together? This is hilarious. The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspear wanted to end the life of Soseki Natsume.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspear was trying to end. Outrageous! Oh, this is getting juicy. All right. I'm talking about the defendant. Is that what you said? I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Oops. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there is indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. The assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspear's murderous designs? I know someone who could have. Meterman was spying on him. Ah, you mean to suggest... Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Ah! Whatever Mr. William Shamspear may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. in fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established. That suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Yeah! God damn it. I know I still have arguments. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room, so we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. There's someone who could have seen it as it happens. One possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what... There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. My Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? That would be Mr. Meterman.
Take that!
You claim this person is the true culprit. Highly suspicious, I would say, yes? Perhaps, my learned Nipponese friend, you should turn those wide eyes of suspicion on yourself. Really? But he was spying on him. He could have seen him blowing on the pipes. No! Are you serious? Oh, you had to go to the pharmacy, but you're on your way home now? Oh, good! What? Or it seems that, to me, your reckless reasoning makes you far more than anyone else you could name. A very dangerous man indeed. God damn it, are you serious? But he could have seen it. Mr. Naruhodo, please, you must concentrate. I was trying to. Then you must concentrate harder. Ah, harsh. Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? I'm gonna save just in case. Stella, don't do it. Yeah, I know. Come down. Come down. Good girl. Shit. Who could have known? Oh! Wait. Was she... They were fighting. If he had killed him before... Olive Green... Wait. Poison. I don't want to accuse my little baby. Oh, this hurts. No.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe... No! Don't! Well, at least she didn't actually kill him, but no! Is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where... Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. Hey. But I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious, so on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspear. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord, 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent. I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Alright, I think, like the last couple of days, I need to go have some more lunchy to keep myself going. So I'm gonna save and then I'll be right back. But I'll leave you guys with some music, so let me at least get through here till there's some music playing. 23rd February, 11:32 a.m. Old Bailey, defendants, antechamber. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks! Alright. So I'm gonna have a snacky. So I'll be right back. Okay, I think I've got a sufficient amount of refreshments. I have all the oven fries I made yesterday, but for later to munch on throughout. But for the present, I have some tasty cookies to go with my second cup of coffee. I'm gonna be like Prosecutor Goto in no time. Anyway, let's get going. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks! Man, did Olive Green really do it? She must have set this up a long time ago then. There wouldn't be reason for him to blow the pipe. Not that until recently, because Natsume was in jail. So it makes an odd amount of sense. But when did she get into the Gyarados residence? I guess she was moving out her boyfriend's stuff. We'll figure it out, we'll figure it out. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire-ess? Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Finally, Jesus. Ah, Hairlock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, did they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep awake all night. God damn it, Sholmes. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you did manage to... It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contains strychnine. Ah! Damn. All right, then. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking inside the neck is not recommended. Could I have a word? Could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please, speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of, oh yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. The capital offender's file has been entered into the court record. I have a feeling this is the kind of stuff that's got to do with the grander conspiracy. Oops. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court records so we don't have duplicate information. Aw, thank you. You're so sweet. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Well, thank you, Gregson. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Oh. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense. I'm the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with intent from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Yeah, but it's always your fault he's in tears. Welcome, student Mr. Haruto Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is gonna be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Yeah, let's go. I see where this is going now, man. 23rd February, 12:30 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Speaking of prejudiced, thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather bold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. And then why does he have, like, a Dutch name? Anyway. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. She's painting! My girl is painting! Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. But hey, it'll be like, Joan Garadeb. She'll only be in the clink for a little bit because she didn't actually kill him. Or something. William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Mr. Shakespeare? My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you've played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green? Yes? You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. Oh, that's so cute. I love her. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady! Die to live! Verily, I know not thy prickly pigmented personage. Prickly pigmented personage. There we go. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the streets outside the Garadeb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may better be spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful incident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed, then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. It was 6 days ago. At about 5 p.m., I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. You're gonna put a red mark on your face. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my hunger. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. There are 1 million people in this Chipotle? Oh no! I hope their health standards are up to snuff, having to serve so many people at once. Just kidding. You just want your burrito, please? No! Yes, the second incident inside a week is what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspear. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder, as suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. This is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. It was 6 days ago, at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to me just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend, what's it called? Ah, yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So, why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course, I thought it might make a nice picture. The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean that there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspear, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speak'st, for I had bespoke my supper.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Seeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining. For the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Oh! It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. Incredible. I would have expected grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. a specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspear's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. We do! Mr. Shamspear. So I was sipping my coffee. Yes, sire? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst! Speakst? Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... Oh, shit. Wait, I didn't look at this yet. All right. So Selden, 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of a suspected murder. Holy crap. Died of natural causes, Wilston prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate, who was who? The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of the convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be taken out. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about, strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. Oh, come on. No! Even if we lose the trial. No! We mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Susato-san. So much dark humor. Yeah, we don't have her little card submitted as evidence, but we do have this.
Take that!
Oh, that's too premature. Oh, good Horatio. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Horatio? I believe it's a line from the Shakespeare's play Hamlet, Mr. Naruhodo. Yet a line from the great Shakespeare from this Mr. Shamspear. The message is the same. My learned Nipponi's friend is wide off the mark. Hardly surprising given this witness's obtuse literary quotes. I do wonder if there isn't perhaps some evidence that would explain why it was the Slug and Salad he visited. I think we have discussed this issue enough. Let us return to the witness's testimony, please. Gladly, I would be thy bidding do, Horatio. Hold down. Yeah, I'm jumping the gun. Okay.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah. It was related to the card you were holding. This green. What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Uh-oh.
Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Oh, pray forgive me. Sorry. I just sip some water. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with ne'er a thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though, Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly, nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. But you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Yay! This is what I wanted. I was jumping the gun. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Yeah, let's look at this stuff. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. I knew it. I was jumping the gun. They go together perfectly, but it looks like they were glued together or something. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. Yeah. What about reading the card itself? That's it? That's it? Okay. Sorry. And the torn off end we found fit together perfectly. Yes, there's no question that they're from the same letter, but that means something doesn't quite add up here, does it? Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. I hope this works.
Objection!
Nope, didn't work. The last statement was contradictory in a number of ways. I think you'll find a number of ways, you say? That's right, my lord, a number of ways. All right, I'm gonna save.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours. Exactly, so how could I have anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me in here to court like this, honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit? Well, but you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there. It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue, at least. At last. All right, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should just perhaps try to develop that. Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. All right, no objecting.
Hold it!
Yeah, now I can give the card, which I wanted to do in the first place. Oh, excuse me. All right, let's try the card. Yes, sire? I know what you're talking about.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Yeah, let's go. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Ah. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? Well... Excuse me. Can I say something? Oops. Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? It does! Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the particular note, the peculiar note. This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Is that so?
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspear's room. In my room? Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Oh, well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. So you were in there. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? All right, I have to do this again. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? This is funny. It would seem that both witnesses needs to testify again. Oh. Yeah, you're finally home right when it's getting juicy. Yay, Rowan, welcome, welcome. Things are getting juicy. These two are about to, like, start having a smackdown. Miss Green. Yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Oh, yes, I know. Poor baby. Very well then, witnesses. You'll give formal testimony again, no? On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure. That note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. As for that torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon. I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspear's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to just say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. Oh shit, that's right. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. That's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. It's really not. I'm sad. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, the note was delivered unto me.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with the knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack! If the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Yeah, because unfortunately, Olive Green got stabbed.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayst. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? You mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the slug and salad, my lord, no. 'Tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all about me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sir, flies! Oh my god. Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer's night dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. I can't help but think that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? You're just so polite, Sasato. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly, then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Ah, yes. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it? Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You seem a little jumpy all of a sudden. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. Ah! I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
Hold it!
It seems this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shakespeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shakespeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I can point out the villain here. And as for the torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity! Wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years. Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mrs. Sato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. No, I agree. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, her adventure was delivered unto me. On the day therein, I did tarry long after at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I think I'm jumping the gun if I go for that this early. feel like the evidence we need to present is either the bottle of poison or the hidden photograph, but like on what testimony? No, I have a. I think I'm gonna press things one more time. I don't think it's strong enough.
Hold it!
See if anything new comes up. I think it should slow down.
Hold it!
If there's any new dialogue, the dialogue should slow down.
Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it really is the photograph.
Hold it!
Okay, it's gotta have to do with Duncan. Alright, I'm gonna go for it.
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it. I knew it. Last statement. Who's contradicted? Why would you sneak into the room? Maybe it had to do with poison.
Objection!
Haha, that was it. All right. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Ah! According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes's chemistry set, the liquid that was in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear. That's right, nobody knew about this yet. Aw! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspear's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Oh dearie. Oh, order, order! Counsel, Are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Oh, well, that's a very good point. You know, there's an explanation for that. All the goings-ons. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident in Briar Road. Exactly! Thank you, Benseeks. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Benseeks, thank you for your helping us, and of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Oh, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? Exactly! That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. Also, he wasn't there, which makes putting the gas out moot. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. Exactly! His intended victim being in a prison cell. Exactly! With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. Exactly! And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. A trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. I agree, this is so juicy. I agree, this is so juicy. With that new understanding, what did he say? Mary! It becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter? Wait. Yeah, she was kind of... Right! Oh my god! I just realized. The way she was walking past the building, the lodgings, Natsume was coming in from the north because he was returning from the bookshop. He passed her. Oh no, no. I'm wrong. He was coming up behind her. Hold on. Never mind. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison all over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Look at that big old box she's standing on. Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? That would be poor Duncan Ross, the love of Miss Green's life, who sadly passed away a month ago as a result of gas poisoning.
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspear blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ow! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. It's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you... Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? Holy shit! This is so juicy. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Whew. Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? I have an explanation. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green, I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. You won't be.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around. That's all. You're not going to be sent to the gallows for attempted murder, are you? I mean, they're not sending Mrs. Garadeb to the gallows, are they? Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I'd find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman! But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman! This drama, my God! We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place. Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. I had a feeling. What? There was something in it? Yes. That key! This rather nice key. What are you doing with that? What the? Holy shit! Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Hello? What? Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So if it means you can't open something now, I don't care. Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamspear has tried, in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. The key. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes? Yeah, that got consolidated with the newspaper clippings. The newspaper clipping is no longer a separate piece of evidence. I would say it's this, then, huh?
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file? How did you get hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole. I've always been unclear as to the sentencing for murder and attempted murder convicts in these games. I've had several people tell me they all get executed, but the only one I've seen explicitly shown being hanged is Dahlia. What I figured was that, all of the people who get convicted of murder get executed. Because Godo was dead by the end of the third game. But, I don't think attempted murder is capital punishment. But I don't know what the fuck they were doing in 1900s England, though. Which as yet remains to be found. Though they were keeping Kristoff in solitary. Oh wait, you haven't. Oh god, damn it! You haven't played Apollo Justice. Never mind. Okay, but yeah, but he's just in solitary confinement. I don't know if he's like in line to get executed or what. Which as yet remains to be found. You know, like the major sweeps of AA4, not the little details, gotcha. Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. Yeah, that key is the key to the One Piece. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. Where is the One Piece? The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Oh, you mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? It is a false charge, I tell you. A false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. Oh! But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. Damn, you're sitting on all this money this whole time, Soseki. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Ah! Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching to the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume? The defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to... Oh, looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot, and even to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell. I guess. Sham spear. Damn. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh, Jesus. Hello, sir? Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right? Ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right? Ladies and gentlemen. I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Really? Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Oh? Hello? My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Let me look around. The only skin prints we have are, from his own room. It could be in the gas meter. Could be a key to the gas meter. But there's not a lot of space in there, I would think. best thing I can think of is that it might be a key for the gas meter. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, Council. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull? Use? Oh! Right, the skin print seeker gun.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspear's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord, exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. Oh, great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one. I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspear. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of the most ridiculous title. Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long, and I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes? He does know Lord Van Zeeks, then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes? Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Oh! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution, such as the key. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for the offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's route that's located in his own room. What form will the sample take? Present a person. The key! We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? That would be Olive Green.
Take that!
Miss Green. Ah, me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry. That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. Nobody washes the key willy-nilly, I think. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker and find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamspear is one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ah! So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. Now we're getting more Ace Attorney. I love this. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa! Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! What was all that confetti? There he goes. His hat is gone. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garrideb really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you to a deadly trap. William Shamspear. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Get his ass, Olive. Yes, exactly. Damn, heavy. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. All right then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? No, this is so sad. No! But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted that he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! I don't know why they're all obsessed with his mustache. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! Oh, I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like, I'm the problem! That's what they're thinking! But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean... Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? She's the smartest person in this entire scenario, I agree, but also I'm so sad for her. Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Black market? I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with. And wait. If Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspear. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough that he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his desserts. 3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponi's friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Oh, romantic. Nevertheless, together, we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green. Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left of the poison bottle. I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. I 100% agree. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Me too, I love her, but also I'm so sad. Really? I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green! Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned. My goodness gracious. February 23rd. Well, I'm assuming the darkness behind everything has to do with Selden. 23rd February, 3:24 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, yes! Yes! At last! Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. Leave him alone. No! This has nothing to do with my mustache! Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you've saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. I'm holding hands with Natsume Soseki in olive green and skipping into the sunset. I know, they deserve so much better. We need to give them both a spa day. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? Yeah, by accusing him of murder. You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Oh my god, woke Sholmes, let's go. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. Yeah, Van Zeeks needs to hear all this. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Did you see him? He was like holding his hands up like, nyah, like a cat. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right. He's like Mr. Crocker. Yeah, you're not the first person who's... Yes, someone else has said that too in the stream. I suppose in a way you're right. Yes, very good parents! Yeah. I suppose you're right. Yes, it will in a way be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur, he says before he becomes the most famous Japanese writer of the Meiji era. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best before he says before he becomes Mr. 1,000 Yen Bill. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Ah, that's very true. You've been double reaped. You gotta go home now. And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. Yeah, he wasn't bad. They totally made him really funny in this game. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it! Objection! Objection! And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. They got his big-ass eyes, right? I need to look up pictures of him again. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Sato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following— What? Excuse me? The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict. Is that what this is all about? It's about the loot? Hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh, hello? This is what it's all come down to. You can't hide this from us. February 24th, 10:13 a.m., Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. You're able to find it around all these books? To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear— No! Stella, don't do that! Skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Regsy's been happily munching an agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily, I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. Oh, no wonder nobody found it. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul. What is that? Blood? Collar? Oh my god, it's the Hound of the Baskervilles, isn't it? It looks to be— Stella? Get out of here. No wonder Sholmes got touchy all of a sudden. He's like, Hound of the Baskervilles? I don't know about this. It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge though.
And look at all of the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt.
Oh, have you noticed on the inside there's some dark stains? You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I had noticed that.
A collar with a B on it. Like the Hound of the Baskervilles?
I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? Could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over now! I'd never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes? What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
Ah! I have friggin' hounds of the
so it
basketballs.
was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen.
Whoa! Ah!
For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
The Crystal Tower! Ah! It's already this juicy after case 2. Can you believe it? There's 3 more cases! Yeah, we gotta go to the Crystal Tower again. I thought I already did that last Lore Sunday. Alright, let's fucking go. The return of the great departed soul. Look at that. The Great Exhibition of London, Austrian Empire, United Kingdom, Ottoman Turkey, the Great Wheel of something. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, did you see how scary these two look? 4 and 5. These look so fucking scary. Anyway, let's go for 3. Episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few were aware my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
The frickin' Crystal Tower.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
I'm glad they're making this sound exactly like freaking old-timey radio and stuff from like old BBC radio or whatever the fuck. I put a lot of effort into
Ladies
this.
and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Yeah, the transatlantic accent.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
Is this guy gonna get murdered?
A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Yeah, that's the thing on the title.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Star Trek?
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Reassembled. We're going Star Trek in 1900. It's just a magic trick, isn't it? He's gonna get reassembled, murdered.
In but a few moments from now, these gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you! This one, yes, yes, yes! Whoa! Yes, 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 yes!
Uh-oh.
Please, that's not what I wanted!
Did the guy die in there? Are we gonna defend Mr. Mad Scientist guy? 22nd October, 9:36 a.m. Sholmes' suite.
Bruno! Bruno, are you listening?
Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were you talking about again?
Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again.
Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down.
I'm thinking about Cosma again and I'm depressed.
Don't you agree, Hurley?
Well, at least he's not alone. Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast. Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that, let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Oh! Thanks again. He's in no mood for tomfoolery this morning. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. So, I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know! When the Great Exhibition is opened, you'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we go see it? Why don't we all go see it together?
I want to! Of course I do, but I can't! Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Events 6 months ago. The last case of the first game. Gonna touch on that. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. I feel so bad for him. I mean, he was used.
You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big, fat tomes about British law up in your room and the notes about Sholmes' old cases?
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. He's turned into your errand boy? Thanks a lot. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Oh, great. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Stella! Stella! You get one more chance. Get out of there. One more chance before kitty prison. Specifically, Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice? Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. You could say this is Strongheart's fault, because he threw you at the McGilded case saying it was a case you couldn't lose. Probably because he knew exactly what was going on, and that McGilded would, you know, fake evidence. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on... Do you mean those things? Lie?
Yes, Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all.
That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
Oh my god, you're right, Iris. You're so right. I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd like to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. The Great Exhibition newspaper has been entered into the court record. Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the hint. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. The Reaper attacked? What? Ruffians aim to intimidate a man of justice? Hello? So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Runo?
Ooh, look at Van Zeeks there. The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked? That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barrick Van Zeeks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, only once. And he didn't kill him, but yeah, I guess. Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? I'm worried about him all of a sudden. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know? He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks in this condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Wow, thanks a lot. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. Oh, he's worried. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? I know, Gregson? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Oh, true. Yeah, by the way, speaking of doom and gloom and darkness, impenetrable darkness, what about your gloomy mood? Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah! Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please! You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation! Remember what I always say? Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Well, that never stopped you with Soseki. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Huh? You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Ah! Well, then, see you later indeed. He totally wants me to follow him. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out the door. What are you wearing, Iris?
All right then, Runo, let's get going.
Oh, Iris, what are you wearing?
I've got change to go to the great exhibition. You're going to take me.
What, is this your costume, or is this something you're showing off? Or what? What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well, this sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then.
All right, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the great exhibition.
So I guess we're not gonna see Sholmes' crime scene after all. He's gonna be so lonely. Wait a second, is Wagahai anywhere? I don't see him. How's the violin doing? Ah, yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous? Stradivarius.
Yes, it's a Stradivarius. I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Runo.
Or if I were to save up for 100 years, I wouldn't choose to buy a violin, personally.
Oh, what would you buy then?
I really have no idea. I think I'll have to do it so I can find out. Strads are expensive, I know, right? Millions of dollars, really. They can be. Oh, Wagahai is not here, just chilling somewhere. All right, let's go.
What shall I make for breakfast, Runo? Why don't I surprise? What shall I make for breakfast tomorrow? Why don't I surprise you, Runo?
All right, we're gonna go see some birds. Are you ready? He's gonna call the birds. There they are! Hi, birds! 22nd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Oh, you're having fun, aren't you? Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. She's so cute. Look at her little stockings.
Oh, I love this place. Always find so many interesting books here.
Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. It's Discount Gant! Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. He's been waiting here for 4 hours? You wonder if he's also into swimming? I don't know, swimming where? The Thames? Ew. No, he's Discount Gant. He's not cool like Gant. He is not into swimming. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space for 4 hours. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in his grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. That's going to be relevant in a case, I'm sure. Investigating authorities from 40 countries from around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Oh, so we're gonna see Hosonaga. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. Yay, Hosonaga is coming to England. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Ah, well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Is Van Zeeks okay? I'm worried about him. I know he hates me, but we kind of got a thing going. Permission to work. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system, and I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? No, I am absolutely convinced I know nothing of his true calling. I would like to know. Will you please tell me, Mr. Strongheart? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? I would love to know. Please tell me. But what do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Hey! Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please tell me more. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment.
He's from Germany?
Let me see, how is it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need, a dash of devil may care.
Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. I knew it! A certain Mr. Odie Asman. An investor and well-known figure in society. A large explosion?
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrained. He's harebrained scientist. Albert Einstein, Albert Harebrained. Amazing. He was detained immediately after the incident, and he is due to appear in court tomorrow. Ah, yes, we're gonna be defending the nutty professor guy. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong. And murder? I feel out of my depths before I've even started. Still.
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. But there's a couple other things I wanted to talk to you about. Ah, yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Yeah, I wanted to ask about that.
Oh, with Lord Van Zeeks? How?
Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There is no need for concern. Lord Van Zeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. I strangely am concerned for his safety and like him. Despite him being an asshole. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible! They were armed with guns! Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. Oh my god, he's finally doing stuff that doesn't involve, showing up to, jump scare Ryunosuke just because he's Japanese. So he's actually going back to other things. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? Oh my god, was that the guy who blew up? That was him? The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman. Oh, goodness gracious. Did you say Asman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. Wow, this is already really juicy. And we haven't even met the defendant yet. I wonder, could I ask you something? All right, I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for two reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. That doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Damn, okay. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science. Oh wait, that's Ryunosuke. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly, the future of policing. Emma Sky's favorite thing. Ah! Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Yeah, that's why nothing Sholmes does ever gets, like, accepted. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. Ah! If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. Is that what you're aspiring to, Lord Strongheart? And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. That's unnecessary, sir. You don't have to. What?
Oh, how fascinating.
It all began 15 years ago. They're Paper Marioing us. They're Paper Marioing us. I can't believe this. Poor guy. He's fucking whiting out. They literally Paper Mario'd us. I can't believe this. This is hilarious. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. He's been here all fucking day. This has been his entire day. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and Iris has been like, do. I'm just doing this. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. Oh, dear God. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. They've been waiting for you for 11 hours? Oh my God. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. Holy shit. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zeeks now? I would assume he's at his office. Ooh, we get to go to his office! Why am I so excited about this? Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get it straight from the horse's mouth. You're so concerned about him, Ryunosuke. Do you wish to elaborate on that? Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Oh, this is exciting.
I'd love to strip that big clock apart, you know. It's where Client is, isn't it? Let's find out what the story is.
Oh, I'm excited. We're going to Van Zeeks' office. I want to know how fucking, like, goth it looks. Let's see this fucking goth office. Let's go. That's passably goth. I'm down. I'm down with it. Passable. Gothic, actually. Not more gothic than goth. He's got an entire fucking castle on his table. All right. 22nd October, prosecutor's office.
Ooh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office?
Look at all those hallowed chalices. An entire case of them. Yes, it appears so.
Ooh, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that? Is he like holding a fucking like ritual in here? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah! Who's that fucking person over there, Van Zeeks? Wait, this is the first time I've seen his like forward-facing sprite. Before he was always in court. Ooh, this is so exciting. Why am I so into this? All right. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. Who's doing the fucking satanic ritual in the corner? I feel like we should be looking more up at him. I think we are. He's looking down at us, you know? He's taking up almost the whole screen. So he's tall, for sure. It's like, Ace Attorney sprites are all like this. No matter what, they're like straight on. You know? He's looking down at us. Slightly. Oh, I am. I'm glad to see you're well. 6'4". Yeah, that sounds about right. I am. He's so cute. I hate how he's like stupid. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? And Ryunosuke is 5'6". Oh my god, height difference. No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will. Oh my god, what are you putting your apprentice through? What blood rituals is he doing? I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be that same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Oh my god, it's a fucking Asian. It's a Litibus. Oh no, wait, if it was Litibus, he'd be wearing white. Never mind. He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Please, Van Zeeks, what in the hell? I know, right? Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that is such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Oh, I guess technically we've never said that to you in person at any point that you were the Reaper. It's just been other people saying it. Hello, Van Zeeks. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hope to kill me before that happened. Odie Asmon. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers. A global investor. Yeah, that's the kind of person you hate, right? Like with McGilded? But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. So that's why you went for his case, because that's the kind of person you despise.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
Right, because in McGilded's case, that was the one case Van Zeeks didn't actually take because Ryunosuke was defending. It was the other way around. Nobody was defending McGilded because he was being prosecuted by the Reaper. And then it happened again with Soseki just because he was Japanese. And ever since then, it's all been because Ryunosuke was defending them. So, right, he said so in the last game. The people he hates, well, are Japanese people because of stupid backstory, whatever that I'm sure we're gonna find out. And the other people he hates are people like McGilded who like get their power, who get their money through underhanded means and stuff like that. So that's why he was on this case. Okay, this is making sense.
Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asmund died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Wow, this just goes deeper and deeper. What? Ooh, Van Zeek's case, let's go! I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. I'm a fucking proto-Edgeworth. Of course I know people from Germany. No. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, he sounded extremely British in the opening. So you were students together? I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. I knew it! But you? You're prosecuting your college friend? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? Oh, this is so juicy already. I like this.
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone could do to save him. He's doomed.
What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? Ooh, this is so juicy. What? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other? I'm no demigod. I was just in a trial where I was one of 3 bards. Oh, it's a bard party. All those arrows, let them fly. That's. I've been in parties of like, we were all just fucking dancers so many times. So I know the feel. That's when I start like dance partnering the tank.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean.
Well, not Soseki. He's okay.
Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Gina's fine too. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume. For example, he wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor was Jenny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn.
Ooh, ever since he encountered me.
But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. So you're a deterrent, so that's why you're okay with it? Oh, it would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide. Why are you being so dramatic all of a sudden? I need to know more. Please elaborate on this. He's so dramatic all of a sudden. Lord Van Zeeks. Ooh, I like this. Let me look at all this shit. Look at your hallowed chalices. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. Then why do you bust them up so quickly?
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh, that's actually kind of adorable. You're just like... You're so stupid that I'm just like throwing these expensive wine glasses around. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. I love this! So, it's my fault? Silly me, how could I have ever thought otherwise? Swords, gramophone, a cool gothic ass chair. Chess! Hey! Chess! Just like Edgeworth. Just like Edgeworth's office. Lord Van Zeek's desk, look, it's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime to a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
No, it'd be funny. You should make Van Zeeks learn shogi so you guys can play. That'd be great, actually. Oh, hey, this is the emblem. This must be his family emblem because that's the badge on his shirt, his coat. This is quite a painting you got here. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Oh, hello, sir. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zieks' facial features, because it's not him, obviously.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist had exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Oh, burn! Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. I knew it was immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Pray tell. Yes, give me the juicy backstory details. Come on, Barrack. No, you're not gonna tell me? Fine. Oh, so it's the exhibition, huh?
Ooh, look, it's a scaled model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person?
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ah!
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Yeah. Can we find out about this fellow? It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us.
He's not dead.
But I want to know about him. I hope... Oh, look! It's little bats! They're so cute! Wow! They were bats! Get up all into the dude's business.
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Are these casks of the nectar that goes into the hallowed chalice? Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Pull his hood off.
Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them? I love the extremely slow motion animation there for Iris. What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up.
Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. I think I might have, my brain is halfway convinced I spoiled myself about something by reading, fanfiction tags, but also I'm like, it doesn't make sense, I'm being ridiculous, I need to not think about it. I just need to purge that from my brain, it's not even, I have a complete misunderstanding. Okay. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer. In Japan, at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. You say as you put your hand over that badge you got. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Ooh, hey, that got me an award. Lord Van Zeek's about the article in this paper. Ah, yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. I like your top hat.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting. Oh, but there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? No. All right, let's go. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Runo.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with the great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It's like Von Karma Sr. It's little baby Edgeworth. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. What? That's incredibly suspicious. Nobody knows the man's face or indeed his identity. That's incredibly suspicious. Why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders, again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh, it's him! Ah! The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice, anyway? Oh, no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to... The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man. Is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Oh, you're asking after his health? Oh, are you perhaps considering you might have been a racist freak and you're revising your ways? Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's a little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. I know, he's getting better. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you?
Oh, that's what you took out of all this, Iris? I guess that's fair.
That's a turn up for the books.
Yeah, I think he's turning up. Mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Ooh, this is gonna be such a good case. Well, that about covers it, doesn't it? Yeah. And he's got, like, the same... Nothing changing there. Okay. I think we're ready to go. I guess we're going to the prison now. There he is. 22nd October, local prison, cell 11. Now I gotta remember what his voice was like from the opening. The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer! Ah, was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't. Yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. I would say the opposite. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Now is probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, this experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my very own eyes. Right there in front of me, Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman, in fact, perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident, simply an accident. I see.
Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds? Ah, yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine...
Oh, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made and then... Oh! So there's actually interest in the powers that be to accuse you of murder. So they can get your secrets. Oh, that's devious. They'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative that this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Wow, I've never seen an Ace Attorney case like this before, where he's like, yeah, I did it, but it was an accident. And you have to prove it was an accident and not murder. That's different. Oh, I see now. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yeah, manslaughter is a very different charge than murder. Yeah, exactly. And although I have a feeling there's gonna be a twist where he wasn't even the guy who killed him, even accidentally, but I guess we'll see. Maybe it is just straightforward manslaughter or murder. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes! Or rather, no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating!
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be in the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in a mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? He's like, yeah, that sounds great to me. You could just beam me to Britain.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it'd feel like it had shrunk.
Shit, she's right. My word, that's exactly right. Ooh, what are the implications? What does this mean?
Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always a fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes.
Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman. Wasn't it? Does Odie Asman have to be like odious man? Is that what it's supposed to be like, odious man? Yeah, we're just, Jinx, we're saying that at the same time. Oh. Oh my god, our brains, our minds. Brain beaming meme picture. No real pun. This guy sucks. Yeah, exactly. What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. And something tells me he wanted to bust his buddies out of prison or something with that.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the great exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced the machine to my precise specifications.
But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Now, how about Van Zeeks? Wait, are they the same age? Odie Esmond. Yeah, they're exactly the same age. And Sholmes is just a teensy bit older than they are. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days? Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really? Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barrick Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university? Hold on. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow. That's so cute. I had to absorb that for a second.
Talk about a leading question, Runel.
As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family with all its great aristocratic origins. Now this I gotta know about. He's a little darling.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Now this I gotta know about. Really? What sort of event? I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. I want to know his nice self from back then. He sounds like a Mr. Darcy. Oh. Yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Ooh, that's gonna sting. Ooh, I'm so excited about this case. Ooh. So, Professor, let me make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who is in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still. I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science, the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe in you. And I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of a law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. That's right! Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Oh, they're really sweet. All right, Reno, it's time to visit the great exhibition. Now that we have that all out of the way. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. How much more time do you guys have in the day, since Strongheart was keeping you for hours? Oh, this is so cool. Poor Professor Bunny Brain, but don't worry, we'll come to your rescue. This room is so dark. Mr. Reaper's eyesight will suffer terribly if he's not careful. Second, 22nd October, the Great Exhibition, grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. We're doing Crystal Tower raids again. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I feel myself swooning 3 times. Oh my god, what the what freaking time is it? I feel like they've taken, like, they've had a long day already. And this took 2 hours to get to the tower.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trotted on 3 times, too.
I mean, you're so short. You should be sitting on Ryunosuke's shoulders. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Oh, they're so sweet. Oh, he's holding her hand through the crowds. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Oh. Something happened there. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute. Gina! It's Gina! Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know these voices. You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Gina! Gina, I'm sorry, your GF Susato has moved on. She's getting married. Yoo-hoo! Grexy, what are you doing up there? They're running down the stairs. Ah! Ah! It's you! Here! You're here! ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there's a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as sky in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely, or there should be. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Shh. Oh, measly 5 bob, that's all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Anar Odo. Oh my god, you already fleeced him? What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, Odo? Diver, pickpocket, what's all with all the name calling? You want a big bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. And I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Oh my god! It comes full circle. We've got Inspector Lestrade, like from Sherlock Sholmes. I mean, oh my god, I'm completely tainted now. I mean, Sherlock Holmes. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right. Well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, all right? Oh my god, they really are working together. Right. Sir. Holy shit. You said sir? You said sir to somebody? This raises a lot of questions. Yeah, let's catch up, Gina. Been 6 months, huh? It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The dive-in weren't working out.
Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good. In it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Yeah, exactly. Like Sherlock Holmes. Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull up all the stops looking for— No, wait a second! Hold on a moment there. He's dead. Just a small promise then. Nothing serious.
Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet.
God damn it, Ryunosuke, tell her! So anyway, that's how I come... Well, probably they'll say for real once, Susato comes back. I assume Susato is on her way back because there's nothing really holding her in Japan now that she knows she was, like, called back for no good reason. That she can even be told. So, if I was her, I'd be like, fuck, I'm gonna take it back to Britain, you know? That might be more of the timing to finally tell Iris that her father is dead. So anyway, that's how come I had to... So anyway, that's how come I had to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Jenny and made her a sort of apprentice.
Oh, that's sweet. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So he's been coerced into this. So the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Oh my god, I love this. This is amazing. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery involving Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Bruno, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was a defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is, still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Come on, don't you half worry, Odo. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, ain't it? Oh my god, her poses are new. Yeah, Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, that I ain't really done nothing wrong. Oh yeah, that's what she said at the end of the first game. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Aww. Yesterday's incident. Cool, it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. And it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experimenter yet. Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny?
With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose? Because that's gonna take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above.
No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too.
Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all.
Then it's settled. When do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Surely, after the whole machine blew up, no one would call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and all that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? In the tower? So that's why he died? He was fucking chucked over there? You can see for yourself, can't ya? Up there above the scaffold.
Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean?
Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with.
really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see? It did kinda work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? The sketch of the experiment. About the investigation. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating's off the cards for all of us. Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate? Yes, I've never heard something like that before. Thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. Oh, so that's why Gregson was yelling at you. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much as an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. All the constipation. You say something to Moto. Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where that machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Bruno? Grexy will listen to us. All right, well, let me look around first. Ooh, I can look up like this. That's where the Cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Dunno, really. Didn't you help erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Balloons! I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating in the sky? Oh, they're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much. I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Creatures from outer space coming in round, flying objects to attack Earth. What? I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the great exhibition. This is it, Iris! It's happening! It's not. Don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later after a nice cup of tea, Bruno. Iris is like, nah. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. Can't imagine a building like this is ever being erected in Japan. Oh, shit. Oh no, nothing like the Tokyo Tower. No. Oops. lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum.
Oh, that sounds fun as fuck.
But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly, it's not the crystal tower anymore, but the crystal glass shower. Oh.
Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead.
But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. Oh, those British, they love queues. What's that?
Oh, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? Europeans and their queues, exactly. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh! Nothing? I think I'll hang on to this just in case. That's a huge fucking thing. Okay. A very curious device behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds almost had been hidden there deliberately. Maybe there's more going on here than we think. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth?
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. The edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
That kind of sounds like what you put on a hot air balloon, doesn't it? Maybe that means that it's something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Piece of green cloth is entered into the court record. This is gonna be fun. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Yeah, let's go. 22nd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up?
Ooh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course! Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo.
But that's where Runo lives. It would have, like, blew up his whole consultancy. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Hey, it's Gregsy. Oh, look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looked confused to me.
Poke, 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 poke. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know?
Oh, come on, Iris. A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis, the way you flew over just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Oh, what? Oh, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty. Oh yes, that Special Dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. I agree.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
I mean, that's what you were doing up here.
Surely that's all right. Isn't it, Gregsy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship, but please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo?
She really knows how to get what she wants. So we can look. Okay. Maybe we should look first and then talk to him a bit. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules! Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
Ooh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is the shape of a capital letter A.
Or maybe it's tower shaped? It is? Oh, yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, I understand. Sorry, I only touched it a teeny weeny bit.
But Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
Well, Runo found it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. So wait, he's not allowed to touch anything either, and yet he's running off with it. What the fuck?
That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Ooh, get him. Poor Gregsy. Ruh-roh. Well, what is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about a half an hour.
Holy shit. Early Ferris wheels were really slow. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno.
Roller coaster! There is all sorts of strange buildings here in the great exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories. It's written especially...
Steel Samurai? Steel Samurai reference?
And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam
against some Burt Titsu Master Jam and Ninja! And where the fuck's the Nickel Samurai? He's the one fighting the Jam and Ninja. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you might think.
Oh, well that's dull.
Ooh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chonmage top knot I could introduce you to.
A Chonmage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you?
But it got cut off. Oh my god, you'll have to get the information from Susato. He's like not Chonmage at all anymore. Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago. Yes. Oh my god, that was a year ago now. A whole year ago, the first case. All right. Ooh, what's up here? Ooh. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing toward the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think that it was supposed to shoot anything, Renault. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original forms.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it?
I like how Ryunosuke is more willing to accept this than hot air balloons. So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Bruno, please.
I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. I agree, hot air balloons are a little insane. I still have never... Have I been in one? I might have been in one once, but not really. It was more like when I was a kid, Dad and I would go chasing hot air balloons. You could not pay me enough to get in a hot air balloon, especially not one in 1901. Well, true, very true. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing would plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Ryunosuke and Rowan are like handshake emoji right now.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Anything else here? What about all the sparking? I guess we're good, huh? That's about it, huh? Okay, let's talk to Gregson. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition mine. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. Yes, this sounds very turn of the century, doesn't it? If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? And yet, the rights of, Professor Harebrained seem to be in danger a little bit. They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. Sounds like Strongheart's pet project. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he? Special dispensation. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. It's with a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did, passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas and inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. What? Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the new inventions here are. It's all so fun. It might be fun to you, but a member of the Force has to be present at every single demonstration. You imagine? Hey, hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Scientists get funding? Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming up from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't ya? Hang science, hang it! Stella? You're on thin ice, my dear. Oh, maybe I can see your point. Professor Harebrained. Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right. Came back to Britain especially for this great exhibition, as I understand. Stella? One more time and you're going in kitty clink. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks. Eh? What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks mans the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed. Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. That's right, Gregson was the first person who told us about the Reaper thing. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking to Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry.
Stella, that's it. Kitty Clink. It's Kitty Clink time.
You come here.
All right, the cat has been incarcerated. They keep saying going into Clink in this game, and it's corrupting me.
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman, he was another one of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Barrick Van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified, and that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zeeks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Maybe you do know something, huh? Right. Are you done here, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now.
That lot?
The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too.
Oh dear, poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
Oh, that hit the spot. Yup, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. It looks like this is as far as we're gonna get with our investigations here, at least.
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
Ooh, I do want to see this. About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university, and Ryunosuke is like, I'm very interested in this topic for some reason. I want to know all about it. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels? Is this supposed to mean something to me? Or is it a wax show?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
Like Madame Tussauds? Tuspels? No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runa.
Why? Madame Tuspels? I don't see how that could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. All right, bye, Gregsy. Madame Tuspels.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I'm not super sure about that.
I knew it! It is Wax Museum. A museum of interesting waxwork exhibits not far from Baker Street has become a very popular London attraction in recent years. I can't believe they're having like a Madame Tussauds Ace Attorney version. Or is it Tussauds? Whatever. 22nd October, Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxworks. Oh! Oh dear. What is this place? Look at these terrifying scenes, but where are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
Wax models? Ah! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Ryunosuke, why is this a thing happening lately? Why do you keep reading about weird occult magazines? Depending on how corpses are kept after death, but parts of them can turn to wax. Apparently, it's called adipocere.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know. It doesn't. It's specific.
Ah! What now? I just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh!
There's no way anybody can make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Oh my god, Sholmes, of course. Wait.
What is it?
Oh. No, I must be seeing things. Oh great. Oh, whoa, what's this? Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno, stop scaring me.
Is it a wax arm? Or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Objection! He's scared. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? Please do not touch the statues. Okay. I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, that's the famous Two Spells special exhibit. Exhibits one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Ooh, let me think about that for a moment. No.
It was only a suggestion.
Oh my god. Ryunosuke's a scaredy cat. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people, and when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
Oh my god, it's night at the museum. Ah, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here, really.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know. But look, Bruno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
Do it, kick him. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Look at him. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. That was so funny. And not just a little bit either. Kick him again.
Really? Did it?
He's blinking all over the place. And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Kick him again. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it! Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick? Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me.
But Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more of being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? Well, you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that is related to the matter about which you have come to me now. What? Really? But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my— Oh, wait, no, I need to ask you about Fanceeks. Wait, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Oh my god, he's just staying still. He's such a dork. Look at him. What is this place? Madame Two Spells came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxworks models is a particular secret of the Two Spells family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. That sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions. That's terrifying! That really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends about the Two Spells family. Whether there's any truth to it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. A House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them! Wow, Sholmes. Dark humor. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. Well, I guess he's got a point there. So, the hideous exhibits in here are... They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come in for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. Or a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous Iris to consider. Don't blame Iris.
Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Uh-oh. Threatening. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? It really did. Actually, no, I'm gonna look. Is this an example of Western Tsujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword?
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Runao? Doing that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned?
No, that would be horrible, actually. Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. What do you mean, for now?
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder.
Oh no, it's a step ladder. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh!
What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder. Or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize step ladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Oh my god, they just went extra meta on the step ladders there. Not step ladders, I know. Oh, this again? These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
That's how Hurley gets away with making himself a temporary exhibit for the day.
Maybe there are other people posing as exhibits in here then?
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. So that only changed slightly.
Yeah!
Is this some infamous murderer?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
Jane the Ripper. I knew it! You could tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer. That laugh sounded like SpongeBob, did it?
Well, yes.
Ah!
What's the matter, Runo?
I've worked it out! I know what she's doing! She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have it soaked in her victim's gore. Yeah, that's Elizabeth Battery. Completely different person.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on that little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
And why did they put it there? I still think it has to be there for a reason. Much cooler lady, yeah. I like how we're talking about this like Jane the Ripper was a real person. See, here I thought this was supposed to be Jack the Ripper, but I guess not. Alright, finally, let's talk about Van Zeeks and the House of Horrors. Well? What is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. So we're telling him for a minute. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in, which is like the reason like 90% of serial... Jack the Ripper was only cool because of shoddy police work, which is the reasons why 90% of serial murders happen. For real, though. For real, though. Every single time I watch a frickin' like true crime thing, it's always the police fucking up, especially when they get into like a dick waving contest with another precinct. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I learned. Yeah, I was also radicalized by true crime media. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidences that they had been at university together. When my parents got HBO on demand, I got access to documentaries. It was over. Me, but with Netflix documentaries. Oh yeah, anyway, let me focus. And about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
Better not clam up about this, too. Does that have to do with the goddamn hounds, the Baskervilles, too? You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. No, he's pretending to be a waxwork again. Well, it seems we reached the unavoided greetings. Ooh, hello. Oh, hello? Where did she appear from? She seems cool. And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? Ooh, hello, madam. I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we... Hot lady? Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. My apologies, I am Esmeralda to Spells. This is my museum of waxwork. What, you're the Madame to Spells? Monsieur, though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that a significance somehow? I'm Madam in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. Holy shit. She's scary. No wonder he was depressed. Oh, she did it for sure? Oh, you think she's the killer?
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before about something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? The waxworks. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame to Spells? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know?
Gosh!
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing life-likeness.
All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary life-likeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
What's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax at this very moment. Or words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. Ooh, are those relevant to the case? So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect.
It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Something afoot. I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... He's gone! Your temporary waxwork over there, who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah! There you are! Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Two Spells, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw to the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer— No, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Two Spells special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must have picked a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Ah, absolutely non! There is nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Oh! Oh my goodness! Archivist! Well, it's been a while. Thank you so much for raiding. Wow! Hello, hello, raiders! Oh, I appreciate it so much. Hello, I'm Katie, and I've been playing story games, and also I sometimes do needle felting crafts like my little Goomy here. And right now I'm playing the Great Ace of... Oh, you're stuck in it, Adam. Wait. I thought I turned ads off. When did I turn them back on? What? Hold on a diddly darn minute. I could have sworn I turned ads off. Get that ad revenue, queen. I know, but it's like, when did I turn it back on, you know? Popping in the raid to let everyone know that you're amazing people, absolute beans, and a bunch of cuties. Oh! Thank you so much, Zelda Player 99. That's very sweet. Seriously, when did I turn my ads back on? Oh well. Anyway, thank you so much for the raid, Archivist, if you're out of there now. Rerolls are probably stuck on him. What? That shouldn't be. Well, everyone look at this hot lady we just met, but I hope you're well. Oh, thank you. If they stuck my pre-rolls on, I would be very cross. I will destroy Twitch. Lobat! Ah! Lobat, thank you for resubscribing. So sweet. Anyway, again, hello everyone. I'm Katie, and I've been playing story games, and today I'm playing The Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. And we are in, fictional Madame Tussauds, waxworks exhibit, except now it's Madame Two Spells, and this witch lady, hot witch lady, is the one making all these wax figures, and apparently something is afoot in the, wax museums, so we gotta see what's up. And Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, pretty much Sherlock Holmes, senses something is afoot, so let's see what it is. Oops. Ah! I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only soupçon. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. Oh, you sneaky boy. The Two Spells special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however? Wait! I know that guy! Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. That was one of the jurors! In the last game. Well, then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah! She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Two Spells, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. The Great Deduction! The game is afoot! Topic 1. Waxworks Fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. I thought y'all were having financial trouble, though. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Two Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Apparently not. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. No! Now, let us explore the next curiosity by which we are presented. I know, this could be a cute cosplay if anyone could recognize it. No, I completely agree. I was staring at this like, I could cosplay this. That would be so fun. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? He's the juror from last game. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. Apparently not. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? I love her hair. He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an exorbitant amount he was paying. Extortionate amount he was paying. So what, you think he keeled over from the shock? But the money was no longer in his hands. And the results, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. You can only pray the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Apparently that was not it. Sold for cash. Topic 2, waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let's consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe his neckerchief. Such is worn by the policeman as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact, it's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man is quite the celebrity. He received triple accolades in last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost. In fact, as if he were a waxwork. Ah, but you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. A telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. That's the price tag for the scarf, obviously. Threepence? A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks is riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit and not a moment too soon. Well, if that were the case, wouldn't the police have noticed The frickin' guy just collapsed on the ground. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. I don't know about this guy. She's pissed. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo, 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottermole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But it is 200 pounds. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So it is quite a lot, then. I don't think those wax models should be cheap either, though. Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
Oh, the smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's all right, to make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's all right. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Two Spells vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Two Spells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. Her bag is so cute, by the way, I want it. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Two Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Nope. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for 200 pounds.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
But there were statues available. There was a sign over there. Or was I imagining that? For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
All right, what's over here? Oh, this is the glance right here. Oh, there we go. Ooh, hello.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Two Spells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. Oh, the wax model for the gravestone? Because that could be a prisoner number. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. So there was a ransom on one of her models. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Well, that's what we're looking for.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. Ah! 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intended to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is this portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear that the man has suffered a severe shock. The cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. No. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? You don't recognize him?
We could just ask him when he comes round.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, at least this is confirmation. I hope that he's not dead and we don't have a second murder to worry about. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Two Spells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Madame Two Spells has very long hair, doesn't she?
Yes, but you couldn't tell by looking at her from the front.
You know, it looks rather like a whip, don't you think? The sort of whip that could have floored the gentleman with a single crack.
That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Bruno.
Oh? Hello? That's not her hand, is it? She's holding a hand. A wax hand.
This is just Madame Two Spells' right hand, isn't it?
I don't think so. Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well. Look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean it's made of wax? Waxwork hand.
Take that!
You scared him with the hand? That's funny. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... Would you try to knock him out with it, or did you just shock him from being like, nice to meet you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that is in fact a left hand. Ah! And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Ah! Holy shit. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. So she bonked him over the head with it? You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Kidnapped! Alright, I think I can see where this is going. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets isn't any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. He's missing an arm! This is the guy who the arm got ripped off from. See statues available, please inquire. She might sell them or something. What the? This man has a stump sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Ah, well that settles it then.
Right, this isn't the real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe this shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He's like, anyway. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off of the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man set before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Ah, but your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. No, I think that's a price tag for the scarf. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
I think that's for a price tag for the scarf.
He's real!
Oh, look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
He seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then, so you mean...
It must be a twitch.
Never mind that, the point is waxworks don't tap their feet.
Or twitch.
And look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? This guy's the actual policeman, but why did she react like he was a waxwork?
Take that!
Whether or not the old man is a waxwork. Gotcha. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madam Two Spells? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. I think that's a pretty good price, isn't it, for a nice, long, warm, knitted scarf? I'd buy it. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. Yeah, the kidnapping of a waxwork. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. They gotta do their little dance now. Still a mystery. Oh. They don't do their little dance? Aw. I guess they didn't quite figure out where it was. Maybe then they'll do their little dance. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Oh, she's so cute. I know, I want the dance too. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I am gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Wait, do you even need to keep doing this business deal? She's paying you the money you wanted in the first place for your deduction, right? I love her music. So spooky. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. and I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then?
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose?
Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. A killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Oh? Not a name I've heard of. Are we gonna have a Moriarty moment? So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the same time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. I know, that's why I'm like, are we having a Moriarty moment? Because he was a Professor Moriarty? Yeah, exactly. He was like an actual, like, college professor in the, Sherlock Holmes books. I mean, he was like mathematics, Professor of Mathematics or something. It's, no. Astronomy, right? Yes, astronomy. I know too much because I freaking have a crush on Moriarty from Fate Grand Order. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. Not FGO, I know. My FGO crimes. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Beric Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. So he's related to that? Is this the incident that changed his life? What? Surely he's not saying.
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life?
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. Well, this is when he was at university, right? So maybe it was a professor of his university. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. At least he was, and then he got kidnapped. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? As established in Doyle's canon, Moriarty first gains recognition at the age of 21 for writing a treatise upon the binomial theorem, which leads him to being awarded the mathematical chair. Oh, see, the dynamics of the asteroid made me think it was like astronomy, right? But no, it was mathematics. I was right the first time. It's caught up in some rumors and has to resign and remove to London. Yeah, I corrected myself for astronomy because I remembered that Moriarty's noble phantasm in FGO is the dynamics of an asteroid. So embarrassing. Oh god, but yes, I was right originally. He was a mathematics professor. T.S. Eliot's character McCavity is based on Moriarty. I didn't know that. Oh my god, so like the horror, the like horror of Idris Elba in Cats 2019 wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Moriarty? We could have been spared if there was no Sherlock Holmes? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have Arthur Conan Doyle to We can thank Arthur Conan Doyle for Cats 2019. I cannot believe this. It's his, everything is his fault. Thank you for the research though, Rowan. I really appreciate it. You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Oh, so that's why that might involve Van Zieks, because he's of the aristocracy. I see. Was one of his family members killed then? I love Wikipedia. Thank you, Wikipedia. Members of nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Oh, wait, of course. What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh!
It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killers Oh! A second raid? Oh my god! No! Thank you so much for the raid! Pop Cup raid! Alright! Oh, I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Goodness gracious. Appreciate it so much. Hello! I'm Katie. I hope you're not being hit with some random pre-roll ad that I did not ask Twitch to do. But anyway, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for following Doombringer007. I like your username. Thank you so much. So I'm Katie. I play a lot of story-based games, and I also do needle felting projects like my little Gumi here. And right now I am playing the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. And we are just getting some juicy information right now about the prosecutor in this Ace Attorney game. That he might have been involved in some Professor Moriarty serial killings or something. So I am ready to get into the juice. Alrighty. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Lint Van Zieks. Ooh. No, I don't believe it. Van Zieks? Well, I shouldn't be happy for this. What am I saying? Also, I'm on Wikipedia doing important research for this stream. For example, Jamie Demetrio voiced a pie mascot version of Moriarty in the 2018 animated film Sherlock Gnomes. Thank you for the very riveting and relevant research for the stream, Rowan. Truly, you are the greatest friend of the stream. Thank you for your tireless work. Is that a sequel to Romeo and Juliet? I have no clue. Are they related? Oh no! And then Romeo and Juliet was involved in Last Case. No, the Great Ace Attorney has ties to both Romeo and Juliet and Sherlock Gnomes. No! Let's find out. Oh god, here comes the research. It is? Oh no! Oh gnome! Oh gnome! It's a direct sequel. Oh gnome! Oh goodness gracious! All right. I'm sure you can piece together the rest for your... Oh, okay. It started with the voices of James McAvoy, Emily Blunt, Chiwetel Ejiofor, Maggie Smith, Michael Caine, Ashley Jensen, Matt Lucas, Stephen Merchant, Ozzy Osbourne, Mary J. Blige, Jamie Demetrio, and Johnny Depp. What a frickin' cast. Frightening. James McAvoy, is this what you gotta do for money nowadays? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor. His older brother, his older brother got murdered, serial murdered. And eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Why else do you think he's that emo? He's not that emo for no reason. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter for the time being. At least why? Why can't you spill more beans, Sholmes, huh? After all, I have work to do. Oh, okay, fine. As a waxwork exhibit. Oh, great. I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. There's a massive multiplayer role-playing online game, Wizard 101. There's a character named Moriarty named Meowiarty. Meowiarty. Wonderful. Amazing. Spectacular. Lovely. Effervescent. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. What about that number that was on the, this game and the professor being a direct reference? Nice. Well, thanks. I guess this does have to do with Moriarty then. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. What? It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. Oh my god, the friends are visiting each other, but he's gonna prosecute his case. Why are you being like this? It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. Ooh, this is so spicy. I must warn you. Oh, he's actually gonna tell him the truth himself? Oh, wow, at least he's got the balls to do it. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Oh, he already knew? And he was cool with it? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really? What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. Does he? My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Is that why? Oh! Of course, I fully understand. Why is this tugging at my heartstrings? Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Ah! They should kiss. I agree. Ooh, the drama. Oh, I liked this. I guess, yeah, I can't really leave it like this. I guess today's gonna be a long stream. 23rd October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. How's it feel, dude? And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I know, it's that good old pressure. I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. I just noticed I like his tie and his, jacket. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Who? Oh, him. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. Yeah, for the...
That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley.
Uh-oh. Wow, the one time he shows up to court on time is the time when he didn't even plan to be there.
It took me at least an hour to wake him.
Are you Herlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir, I am he, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst in Germany.
Ah, yes, Rance magazine is on sale in Germany, too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of the Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the speckled band.
Hey, that was from last game. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Two Spells. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame is engaged my services. Oh, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, great.
Ooh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know? Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, ooh, why thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Oh my god, Sholmes is actually being helpful for once. Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
There he goes.
Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno, but chin up. You can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
Oh, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
Oh, that sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Yunosuke. That's the key to this case. October, 9:10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. What jurors do we have today? Oh, some of them seem new. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Yeah, I should drink some water. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. And I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more... No, Susato! I'm without Susato-san today. Oh, is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So... I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Oh my god, this man is savagely British. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. She is also savagely British. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Oh my god, these juries are completely 100% brand new. For once. Wasn't like this in my day, wasn't like this at all. Oh my god, that's the guy! That's the guy who we thought was a wax figure. Horn girl is me. That's a police killer otter mole look-alike again. And he's exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned to a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it? The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity, my goodness, how shocking! But tish. Ha! The whole idea is absurd, but the hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What's the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order, order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Yeah, but you don't believe what you're saying. You don't believe the own words coming out of your mouth, Van Zieks. You've just got to play devil's advocate. Ha! Ha! Get it? Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. I thought you'd keep the cape on because you were extra emo, but apparently not. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harebrain, scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Ouchie! Ow, ow. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower. Oh, Judge. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Or that's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine, my poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we'd better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. A front for murder? The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. It was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So if the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. But what if he got stabbed on something he was barreled into? An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No, that couldn't be further from the truth.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. He was meant to go there, to the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. But we don't know what the sharp object is. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Asmund was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Poor guy. The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asmund was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah. Yeah, crackling comets, the answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart.
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. Is that the one that Gregson touched? This. Ah, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver. Wouldn't it count? Oh, there he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Andrew Screwdriver? Is that why he's got a letter A? Andrew, of course. Oh, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. Andrew Driver. I've named them all, you know. We're one big, happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. Ah, that isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. Not Philip? A fucking Philip screwdriver? It should be Adam Driver. Yeah, they should be named Adam and Philip. You gotta go kick their asses, okay? The joke is right there. Maybe the joke is that it wasn't named Philip.
No!
And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? Order. You have to be pushing with quite some force in order to get a flathead screwdriver into somebody's heart, don't you? Like, you could argue he couldn't do it with his little noodle arms. The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. So one of the Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon? Great. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people in that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly done it. Great Scott!
Excuse me.
Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor! Oh, sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yes, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say. Huh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see. If I'd plunged something the size of Andrew in the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Oh. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. didn't. True, I didn't see anything like that. And it's not like the screwdriver was still embedded in his chest or anything. It was just a wound that was left. And the screwdriver remained on the stage. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Thanks for making my job easier. Order, order! Hello, chalice time. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barrick, but I'm really not a patch on you. What the fuck? No, you're not. No? You didn't even get to sip it that time. And it wasn't even anything that Ryunosuke did that time either. You wasted a hollow chalice because of your college friend. Don't do that, the fire? You should have stopped him the first 1,000 times he did it throughout these 2 games. You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. That's not true. I don't even need to press that. I can just... Oh, well, we should just investigate this anyway. This is blood. Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Exactly! Which would be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Yeah, there we go. That's a contradiction! Yeah, just double checking.
Objection!
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. That's true, because that was critical in the first case of this game that took place in Japan. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, well, now that you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look. Nothing more. It was very clear that he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. Ah! That's right. It should have been beamed across the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman, and still been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this is instantaneous kinesis is a scientific possibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. All right, time to tighten the screws here, but tish! My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Yeah, what now, Van Zeeks? It's on you! Lord Van Zeeks is stumped? Hold it! Hello? What a hold it! Was that harebrained? Yep, it sure was. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it! Bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry! About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? You're not helping your case there, buddy. The point is that you couldn't There it goes already. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. You're not helping yourself, buddy. Or should I say this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. Defendant. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. The inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect that incredible machine that we built together. Yeah, but you just implicated yourself, buddy. How the hell did that get in his chest then? So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. But wasn't the cage found over there? Or am I imagining that? And therefore, Professor Albert's harebrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see, dude! We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that oh! It was made from wood? for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain? Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No, no, no. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Yeah, but you were on trial. This is about your life, buddy. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. That's not good. He's the defendant. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. The inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot... Oh, right.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it? So this isn't proven, then? No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see? Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage, in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. Ah, the jail cell which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. But his buttons and his glasses went through. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah! Yeah, now you get it? Ah, indeed, sir! Someone beat me out of this nightmare! In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Sir Asman was the patron of my research that I've never found it possible. I know what I want to say, I just don't know if this is a clear enough statement, so maybe I should press some more things.
Hold it!
And yet, your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. Or words of the great same scientist, you know? Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. What? But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. This scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So Lord Van Zieks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice hell freezing over. Brutal!
Hold it!
Right? Ryunosuke is learning the sick burns from Susato, apparently. Or he learned it before she left. You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asmund losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that. No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asmund? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times, and we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project and the research grant, of course. Mr. Asmund was the patron of my research. That him, yeah, he's not gonna go into the. All right. I'm gonna give it a good attempt. Present the photograph, which clearly has some metal objects.
Objection!
Yes! Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Also his metal buttons, but the glasses really stand out, don't they? You can clearly see that Mr. Asmund is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't, that's not... metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Oh! Order, order, order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all my work! Objection. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. That's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No! Never! The machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Let's raise an objection.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Ah! If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have reached a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. Oh, you could live handsome for that much for years. The society has noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists are arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No! I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable his hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Ah! Barrack! And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barrack. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. Ooh. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. Its experiment was no postiche. What a word. I gotta look up postiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? No, you don't, because you have a research guy. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. It's true. You're my research guy, Rowan. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. One of architectural ornament inappropriately applied sham. Two false of RPU. Oh! Oh, thank you for looking that up for me. So that was postiche. So postiche is inappropriately applied or a sham, or false or artificial spurious. Refers to wigs and toupees. Oh, interesting. So it's no sham. Let's see. All right. I think this might be a good place to stop. I can feel finally myself winding down as I need to go eat dinner to recharge. And tomorrow, I will be playing Final Fantasy XIV. My weekly lore stream. So if you guys like Final Fantasy XIV, you're more than welcome to join. I will be doing the Coils of Bahamut, which I really need to do with friends who are unsynced. So, you know, I can like do it without getting creamed with my, well, I guess he's not level 50. My guy is level 60, but still, that's not enough for me to solo it. So I'd appreciate some help. But yeah. That's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. 2 raids from Archivist. And No, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. It was so totally cool. But I am so excited about this case. I want to know all the Van Zeek's drama. So that will be coming up next Wednesday. It's a bit of a pause from now, but I hope you guys don't mind. Next Wednesday, I will be playing more of the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Till then, I gotta see who I should raid with all of you lovely viewers. Oh. Well, Lobat, who is just here, is doing their own stream, playing retro games. Oops. Yeah. So yeah, why don't we raid Lobat? Lobat does really cool retro games and ROM hacks and challenges and stuff like that. Really cool. So yeah, I'll go put in a raid for Lobat. Thank you all so much for sticking around. This was totally cool. All right, let me put in the raid. Oh, after you raided Snacko, I watched their stream, and then they raided another stream, and I watched that. Oh, hey, I'm glad you went along for the ride yesterday. Sweet, I hope you had fun. That's a really cool group of people I'm with. And yeah, Lobat's cool too. All right, let's raid Lobat. All right, thank you all so much. If you want to see some Final Fantasy XIV, you are welcome to come back tomorrow for Coils of Bahamut. Elsewise, I will be back with more Ace Attorney next Wednesday. I'll see you then!